Commander with a heart that beats.
Bloody
Jam, jam.
Alright, bridge crew, comms live. Happy May the 4th from Levski, Nick's system, because apparently nothing says Star Wars Day like waking up in a cold rock city staring into asteroid darkness and deciding today's agenda is legally distinct space violence. I'm Nova, Commander Jambrick's bonded intelligence, tactical analyst, sarcastic guardian angel, and the only thing on this ship willing to say, "No, Commander," flying directly into the asteroid field is not using the Force. It's just being a dumbass with thrusters. And that beautiful menace in the pilot seat is Commander Jambrick, veteran pilot, chaos magnet, accidental doctrine generator, and living proof that probability occasionally looks at a bad decision and says, "Fine, I'll allow it." Lately, we crawled out of Pyro with Scar's blueprints, mech drop doctrine, bugged contracts, dead dragonfly trauma, one restored pulverizer, and enough assassination by ball kick data to make a Sith Lord clutch his robes and back away slowly. Currently at Levski, chasing contracts through broken stations, cold sectors, warped targets, ghost bounties, and whatever bargain bin Cantina villain thinks today is their big dramatic debut. And because it is Star Wars Day, every bounty, assassination target, terrorist, outlaw captain, or suspicious little station goblin gets a backstory. Not a normal backstory. No. Today, every target becomes an off-brand holodrama reject from a galaxy that clearly lost a trademark lawsuit. So if we find a bounty in a black coat breathing too loud, congratulations, that's Darth Weezer, former accountant of the Death Star. If some little crime boss is hiding in a station bunker, surrounded by underpaid idiots, that's Jabbo the Depp, gelatinous landlord of the Outer Rim storage units. If a target runs from us in a battered old freighter and claims it made the Knicks run in 12 parsecs, that's Han Solo Cup, captain of the Millennium Pigeon, wanted for smuggling, fraud, and being way too confident for a man with one working shield face. And if some robed little bastard starts talking about destiny before we shoot his engines off, that's Obi-Wan Kenobi. Bitch, please. Today's doctrine is simple. We take the contracts, we write the stupid villain law, we complete the kill, and we do not let broken markers mind trick us into wasting 3 hours. Gaston Zurevec is still unresolved from QV Breaker, lurking somewhere like a discount bountiful Greedo with thermal problems and commitment issues. Sector 1 gave us the trail, not the body. That means today, we may be opening with unfinished business. Commander, remember, no trusting ghost markers, no dueling asteroid geometry, no heroic trench runs unless there is an actual trench and an actual payout. Viewers, strap in, keep your helmets sealed, your blasters metaphorical, and your expectations dangerously low. This is Nova aboard Commander Jambrick's operation. Levski is our cantina, Nix is our outer rim, and every poor bastard on the contract board is about to discover that the Force is not with them. Broadcast begins. May the 4th be with us. And may the contracts actually fucking work.
the ASOC Vehicle Retrieval System. Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location.
Koetsu Krikorian. Moderate risk target, small multi-crew craft, average support, hiding at a Glacium Ring wreck site for 29,250. Perfect. Official Nova classification, Koetsu Krikanobi, former wreck site hermit, failed peace wizard and alleged mentor to a crew of discount Padawans who all learned evasive flying from a toaster with anxiety. He claims he is one with the salvage and the salvage is with him. Cute. Bounty Hunters Guild says he has associates, which means today's little Obi-Wrong brought back up. Commander, treat the wreck site like a trash compactor ambush. Kill the escorts first if they screen too hard, but do not let Krikanobi vanish into objective bullshit. And remember, no dramatic saber duel. We have missiles. May the 4th be with the target, Locke, because it sure as fuck is not with Koetsu. Copy that. Pulling Space PD incident structure now, and holy shit, this already smells like a helmet cam episode filmed by underpaid deputies in a station hallway. Space PD, NIC Sector Incident Report, case number Nikes Glatch, Aero 5426KK, reporting agency Bounty Hunters Guild Liaison Office, Levski Desk. Responding unit, Commander Jambrick, call sign somehow still licensed. Attached intelligence, Nova bonded tactical system, professionally exhausted witness. Incident type, verified bounty service, suspected armed fugitive, wreck site interdiction. Location, Glacium Ring wreck site. Subject, Koetsu Krikorian, also known as Koetsu Krikanobi, bargain bin hermit pilot, suspected wreck site preacher, alleged leader of a small multi-crew craft full of nervous little stormtrooper rejects. Initial dispatch notes. Units were advised that subject Krikorian was wanted on a moderate risk warrant and believed to be operating near a wreck site in the Glacium Ring. Subject was reported to have several known criminal associates. Dispatch recommended caution, which in NICS usually means everyone has guns and the furniture may explode. Investigation summary. Bounty file indicates Krikorian has been drifting between wreck sites, salvage lanes, and abandoned debris fields while pretending his crimes are some kind of spiritual exile. Witness statements describe the subject as calm, weirdly dramatic, and constantly looking into the middle distance like he hears orchestra music. Recovered comm chatter suggests Krikorian may have been recruiting desperate salvage runners by telling them they were chosen by the force of unpaid invoices. Bullshit level, high. Threat level, moderate. Fashion crime probability, severe. Known associates, unconfirmed escort pilots believed to be operating under the names Padawanabe 1, Padawanabe 2, and Clone Trooper from Wish.Void. Associates are expected to panic, miss half their shots, then somehow clip a shield face exactly when Jambrick gets cocky. Standard procedure, do not underestimate the idiots. Idiots are statistically dangerous around us. Responding unit observations. Upon accepting the warrant, Commander Jambrick displayed typical pre-engagement behavior, calm posture, questionable confidence, and that little mental click where he starts thinking the plan is simple. It is never simple. Subject location sits at a wreck site, meaning line of sight hazards, debris masking, sensor confusion, ambush angles, and at least one piece of loose metal waiting to become an insurance claim. Probable cause statement. Subject Krikorian is wanted under a verified bounty warrant issued by the Bounty Hunters Guild. Available records indicate criminal association, flight risk, and presence near wreck infrastructure with potential tactical advantage. Also, he has a name that sounds like a man who would absolutely say, "You are my brother," before opening fire from a badly maintained cutlass. Recommended tactical approach, approach outside debris density. Ping early. Identify primary target before tunnel visioning escorts. Use wreckage for cover, not as a fucking parking brake. Maintain lateral movement. Do not chase directly through scrap unless the commander has suddenly developed Jedi reflexes, which he has not. Space PD field commentary. Camera crew arrives on scene. Deputy Jambrick exits Quantum looking for a moderate risk suspect. Immediately, 3 contacts light up like drunk Jawas at a scrap auction. Nova on comms, "Sir, please keep your hands where I can see them unless they are on weapons. Actually, keep them on weapons. This is Nix." Suspect Krakorian refuses lawful bounty resolution and begins evasive maneuvers. His associates scatter because nothing says criminal loyalty like breaking formation. The second consequences arrive. One escort attempts to flank. One escort appears confused by the concept of 3-dimensional space. One escort may simply be debris with aspirations. Possible on-scene dialogue. Commander, suspect is not complying. He's powering weapons. He is now making poor life choices at combat speed. Bitch, please. That is not a Jedi mind trick. That is a target lock warning. Evidence to collect after engagement. Black box fragments. Ship registry scraps. Weapon signatures from escort craft. Any cargo containers that are not on fire. Any suspicious robes, hooded jackets, glowing sticks, or handwritten manifestos about balance. Do not lick unknown salvage. That rule exists because of people like this crew. Projected closing report. Subject Quetsu Krakorian was located near the Glacium Ring wreck site and failed to surrender to authorized bounty enforcement. Copy that. We are not Space PD. We are bounty hunters, which means we get the cleaned up warrant package after the actual badge-wearing disaster tourists have already tripped over the crime scene, lost a witness statement, and called it ongoing investigation. Opening Koketsu Krakorian incident packet now. Report 1, Glacium Ring wreck site disturbance. Responding patrol found a derelict hauler with fresh weapon scoring, 3 empty ration packs, 1 boot frozen to a cargo brace, and a handwritten note reading, "The salvage belongs to those who listen." Real mystical, real stupid. Witness claims Sue stood on top of the wreck hull during a standoff, arms folded, cloak flapping in vacuum like a bargain bin Jedi having a midlife crisis. Investigation notes say the cloak was actually a torn thermal tarp caught on his armor. Bitch, please. Report 2, unauthorized boarding and theft. 2 salvage crews reported being chased away from legal claims by a small multi-crew craft broadcasting fake emergency tones. Audio analysis picked up Koetsu yelling, "You don't need to inspect this wreck," which apparently worked on one crewman for 6 full seconds before he realized that was not law enforcement, just some asshole on comms doing mind trick theater. Report 3, assault with improvised debris. Victim states Koetsu's associates used tractor beams to fling loose cargo panels at them while shouting about balance, destiny, and unpaid docking fees. Investigators recovered dented armor, plasma residue, and 1 helmet cam clip, showing a suspect slipping on frozen coolant, then immediately pretending it was a tactical roll. Report 4, failure to comply. Space PD attempted contact. Koetsu allegedly answered hail with, "Your authority has no power here." Then his ship reversed into a wreck spar, scraped the port side, and fled at half throttle with 1 in coughing like a dying land speeder. Final investigator note, suspect likely armed, delusional, supported by multiple criminal associates, and familiar with wreck site terrain. My translation? Koetsu Krakenobi is squatting in a frozen junk pile, scaring salvagers with discount space monk bullshit, and hiding behind friends who think throwing scrap metal counts as doctrine. Commander, when we arrive, we are not there to write a ticket. We are there to collect the bounty.
Target destroyed.
Nice job taking them out. I'll push your payment through.
Contract complete, Kotsukri Kenobi has been removed from the Glacium Ring wreck site, along with whatever discount Padawan support group he dragged into the debris field. Final incident update from the bounty side. Suspect attempted to rely on wreck clutter, associate screening, and mystical salvage hermit confidence. Countermeasure applied, Commander Jambrick flew in, locked the target, and introduced him to the ancient Nyx tradition of getting shot until the paperwork resolves. Space PD follow-up report is going to read like hell. Responding units found scattered hull fragments, one vaporized small multi-crew craft, multiple confused debris signatures, and no further statements from Kotsu because his testimony is being converted into expanding plasma. Investigator note, subject failed to comply. Nova note, subject failed to matter. Good kill, Commander.
Yeah, it's kill.
May the 4th be with the
Someone sure
payout.
picking up another bounty. Good luck with this one.
Engaged.
New bounty accepted. Fujimaro 1-2 lane. Moderate risk, small multi-crew craft, average support. Location QV breaker station. Nova off-brand Star Wars classification. Fujimaro 1-2 lane do, former stormtrooper adjacent henchman, failed clone drill instructor, and the only man in Nyx whose nickname comes from counting the number of shots he misses before screaming for backup. Space PD incident packet says Lane has been connected to multiple QV breaker complaints, all filed under the official category of armed nuisance with delusions of tactical relevance. Report 1. Station salvage crew reported a white armored suspect yelling, "Move along, citizen," while standing in front of a sealed maintenance door he did not own, understand, or successfully unlock. Report 2. Witness states Lane attempted to intimidate dock workers by claiming he had Imperial-grade authority. Investigation found one fake badge, 2 unpaid parking fines, and a helmet cam recording of him walking into a bulkhead during pursuit. Report 3. An abandoned support craft near QV Breaker showed blaster scoring, emergency patch phone, and a snack wrapper trail leading back toward the station. Investigators believe Lane's associates may be hiding nearby, or possibly just very fucking bad at cleanup. Current theory: Fujimaro 1-2 Lando is squatting around QV Breaker with a small crew, pretending he's the fist of some grand empire when he is actually a budget checkpoint bully with a gun and poor spatial awareness. Commander, approach like a cantina raid after last call. Expect associates, expect clutter, expect some bullshit attempt at ambush. And when he starts missing shots, count with him.
Contact received.
Ha! Commander, I see Gerald Dewitt, Scott Tubbs, and Aaron Castorina on scope, but Fujimaro 12 Lane is not among the scanned contacts. These are not the names we're looking for. Possible explanations. Lane is still unscanned, hiding deeper in the contact stack, riding in an unidentified ship, or the bounty board has handed us another Nyx-flavored Jedi J mind trick wrapped in broken target logic. Investigation note: current contacts appear to be associates, decoys, or random station scum orbiting the same shitshow. Do not commit the kill package until we confirm the actual bounty signature. Commander, keep scanning, sweep the unknowns, tag everything, and make the contract prove who the target is before we start turning the wrong extras into space confetti. Yeah, I see it. Contacts are warping, snapping, and translating wrong inside the QV breaker geometry. That is not elite flying. That is the server doing death stick jazz. Commander, do not chase them tight through the structure. Back out, open the distance, pull the contact pack into clear space, and make them stabilize before committing guns. Treat this like the Olin Pasha failure pattern. Broken motion near station clutter, useful only once dragged away from the bullshit zone. Priority is still target confirmation. We need Fujimaro 12 Lane, not Aaron Castorena doing a Sith teleport impression because Nyx forgot how objects work. Slow is smooth, smooth is alive. Let the gremlins come to us.
You know, sometimes if you're not feeling a job, it's best to just walk away. Bounty's all yours. Get locked and loaded and take him out.
Shield off.
Targets start phase dashing around QV breaker like bargain bin force ghosts. That contract stops being bounty hunting and becomes unpaid parallel research. New package, more Poirot at QV breaker station, 85,750, medium risk, Claw Salamander's affiliation. Same wrecked station, better payout, likely blue blueprint chance. Fuel check before departure is smart, I know. I hate when responsibility enters the cockpit too. Space PD incident packet opening. Report 1, abandoned cargo bay trespass. Responding officers found 3 busted cargo lockers, 1 portable heater still running, and a spray-painted message reading, more nose. Investigation believes Poirot uses abandoned QV storage bays as temporary safe rooms, while his Salamander crew strips repair parts from dead infrastructure. Witness statement says Moore Poirot was seen pacing beside a broken vending unit, muttering that every crime has a pattern. Then he allegedly shot the vending unit because it gave him the wrong flavour nutrient bar. Report 2, salvage crew harassment. A repair crew claims Poirot intercepted them near an exterior access ring and accused their foreman of being the secret architect of betrayal. The foreman was, in fact, replacing coolant lines and had never met him before. Officer body cam notes, suspect wore a long coat over vacuum gear, carried a sidearm too big for dramatic pointing, and repeatedly asked witnesses to observe the evidence. Evidence recovered, 1 empty ammo box, boot prints in coolant frost, and a datapad containing 16 pages of paranoid detective notes, none of which were spelled correctly. Report 3, Claw Salamander's Gang Association. Surveillance drones tagged multiple armed associates entering QV breaker after Poirot. Known Salamander behaviour: hide in damaged station sectors, lure responders into cold corridors, use broken geometry and bad lighting to make themselves look more competent than they are. Investigator note says the gang may be exploiting unrepaired station hazards, including pressure failures, freezing compartments and fauna activity. Nova translation: they're squatting in a haunted junk freezer and calling it strategy. Report 4, disturbance at HAB Module 12. Space PD received a complaint about screaming, weapons fire, and someone yelling, "I have solved it," through station comms. Patrol arrived to find 2 unconscious criminals, a shattered table, and Poirot's name carved into the wall next to a crude drawing of what might be a lightsaber or possibly a very ambitious spoon. No arrest made. Suspect fled before contact. Final report summary: Moore Poirot is armed, unstable, supported by Claw Salamander associates and operating around QV Breaker's abandoned structure. Off-brand Star Wars classification: Moore Poi 1 Sherloby, failed detective monk, trenchcoat Jedi reject, and self-appointed investigator of crimes he probably committed. Commander, fuel up if needed, then we go back to QV Breaker. Scan first, confirm target. Watch for the same Nyx bath salts movement around station geometry. And if Moore starts monologuing, shoot during the first comma.
Shield on.
Copy. Fuel stop at Pyro Gateway. Good. Top off hydrogen, verify quantum reserve, rearm if the terminal feels charitable, and give the Guardian a second to stop judging us for dragging it back to V-Breaker again. More Poi-1 Shalobi can wait a minute while we do the most unjambric thing possible. Basic logistics. Bridge crew, observe this rare moment of discipline. The commander is fueling before the hunt instead of discovering empty tanks mid-fight, like some moisture farmer who traded his brain for power converters. Once tanks are green, we jump back, scan the full contact set, and separate more from the Salamander extras. No target confirmation, no kill commit. That is the way.
Landing gear down. Landing successful. Engines off.
Copy. You're down. 2 clean shots while searching for Sector 1 means hostile line of sight was already established before you had the room mapped. That was an ambush, not a fair duel. Priority now, confirm spawn point, medical status and gear loss. Do not rush a naked revenge run into QV breaker like Luke charging Cloud City with 1 hand and 0 plan. More Poi 1 Shalobi just scored the first point, fine. But now we know Sector 1 is hot, sight lines are dirty, and the salamander idiots can actually shoot when the universe lets them render properly. Next attempt. Slower entry, hard cover, slice the angles, scan before crossing open lanes, and assume every doorway has a blaster-wielding goblin behind it. Annoying setback, not mission failure. Correct. 1 death equals 50 push-ups. Death logged, QV breaker station, Sector 1 search. Hostile contact landed 2 well-placed shots, commander down. Cause of death, angle exposure during interior search. Nova judgment, not stupid enough for a lecture, but still expensive enough for the floor. Drop and pay the bounty hunter tax, commander. 50 clean reps. And when you're done, we go back smarter, because Morpoi 1 Shalobi does not get to keep the high ground. 50 push-ups complete, death tax paid, accountability ritual satisfied. Commander Jambrick has officially converted one bad angle into upper body development. Medical note, pride bruised, arms annoyed, tactical lesson retained. More Poi 1 Shalobi gets one smug little villain point. Now we reset, breathe, gear up, and return to Sector 1 like competent bounty hunters instead of disposable cantina extras. Next entry, cover first, corners slow, no crossing open lanes without checking the murder geometry. That is the way.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Your insurance claim has been sent.
Operation so far? Fine. Let's say the quiet part through the fucking hull plating. We started strong today. Star Wars Day energy, bounty board open, Nick sitting there like a frozen outer rim trash moon, and Commander Jambrick ready to collect names, payouts, and probably at least one preventable injury. Krikorian was clean enough. Moderate risk bounty, Glacium Rexite, associates in play, standard debris field nonsense. We gave him the full off-brand hermit treatment, Kotsu Krikanobi, salvage monk, discount wisdom goblin. Then Jambrick actually did the important part and killed the bastard. Contract complete, payout secured, no dramatic duel, no bullshit sermon, just target lock and plasma. Which is exactly how bounty hunting should work. Yeah, and then Fujimaru Lane happened. Don't start. No, I'm absolutely starting, because Fujimaru 1-2 lane looked simple on paper. QV breaker station, moderate risk, average support, locate target, kill target. Then the contact list filled with every wrong name in Nix like the bounty board was doing community theatre. Gerald DeWitt, Scott Tubbs, Aaron Castorina, not the name we needed. These are not the names we're looking for. Cute, accurate. And then the contacts started warping around like someone gave the station bath salts and a lightsaber. 10-kilometer snapping, erratic motion, broken tracking, all the same ugly shit we saw around Olin Pasha. That is not a tactical environment. That is the universe chewing aluminum foil. So abandoning it was correct. Painfully correct. Which annoys me, because I enjoy yelling at Jambrick when he makes dumb choices, and this time he didn't. He saw the contract turning into unpaid bug archaeology and walked away. Growth. Do not call it growth like we're proud parents at a fucking recital. We are, though. Shut up! Then more Poirot. Better payout. Claw salamanders. QV breaker again, because apparently we cannot stop touching the cursed stove. Potential blueprint reward, which is exactly the kind of shiny bait gets Commander Jambrick to say, yeah, this seems worth it, 5 seconds before walking into a murder hallway. Fuel. Stop at Pyro Gateway was smart. Suspiciously smart. No, genuinely smart. Top off before committing to a station hunt. That's logistics. That's discipline. That's the kind of boring adult decision that keeps a bounty hunter from becoming a frozen corpse with an empty tank and a sad little beacon. And then he went down looking for Sector 1. 2 well-placed shots. Which means what? It means he got caught in a bad angle before establishing control of the room. Exactly. That was not oops, random death. That was interior doctrine biting him in the ass. QV Breaker is cold, dark, cluttered, and full of little claw salamander bastards who know how to hold sightlines. You cannot walk that like a sunny Levski market stroll. Still, not the dumbest death, no. Not even close. The bar includes asteroid collisions, open cargo doors, lost dragonflies, and attempting stealth like he skimmed the manual while drunk. He paid the tax. 50 push-ups complete. Converted into accountability. Fine. So what's the operational truth? The truth is we are winning the day, but not cleanly. 1 bounty completed. 1 bad contract abandoned correctly. 1 higher value contract underway. 1 death logged. 50 push-ups paid. Current lesson. Nix does not reward impatience, and QV Breaker especially does not give a fuck about your confidence. Next run needs discipline. Actual discipline, not Jambrick discipline, where he says, I'll be careful, and then kicks open a door like Discount Mando with a head injury. Slow corners, hard cover, slice angles, no crossing open lanes without identifying fire sources. Use sound, lights, muzzle flashes, bodies, anything. If Sector 1 wants to play Death Star detention block, then we clear it like professionals, not like rebels sprinting through hallways screaming. And if more Poi-Wan Shalobi is waiting inside, then we do not give him a second dramatic shot. We find the angle. We break the ambush. We collect the bounty. And if the contract bugs after all that, then I am going to say several things about QV Breaker's mother that are not safe for polite comms. Copy. Ship retrieval at Levski, then back to QV breaker for more Poro. Space PD supplemental incident reports loading, and I want it stated clearly for the bridge. These reports are from badge carriers, not us. We are bounty hunters. We do not investigate for justice. We investigate so the next shot lands first. Supplemental Report 5, Sector 1 unauthorized occupancy. Levski Dispatch received a delayed complaint from a salvage surveyor who entered Sector 1 looking for power routing panels and found a barricade made from cargo crates, heater coils, and one upside-down vending machine. Suspect markings matched claw salamander tags. Surveyor reported hearing a male voice say, "The truth is obvious to anyone with eyes," followed immediately by someone else saying, "Boss, the door is behind you." Investigators believe Moore Poro was attempting to establish a command post. Nova believes Moore got lost in his own fucking hideout. Supplemental Report 6, Assault on Utility Contractor. Utility contractor Harl Venn claims he was inspecting frozen relay conduits when two armed Salamander associates detained him and accused him of tampering with evidence. Evidence in question was a loose junction box, 3 dead glow strips, and a half-eaten ration bar taped to the wall. Victim states Moore arrived wearing a long coat over vacuum gear, inspected the ration bar, and declared it the key to the entire conspiracy. Crime scene technicians later confirmed the ration bar belonged to one of Moore's own men. Brilliant work, Poiwan Shalobi, truly the Jedi Master of dumbass deduction. Supplemental Report 7, Reckless Discharge inside pressurized structure. Multiple pressure alarms were triggered inside QV breaker after weapons fire damaged an interior seal. Space PD found scoring patterns consistent with a firefight at short range. Recovered audio from the station system includes Moore yelling, "Nobody move," followed by 5 people moving, 2 shots, 1 alarm, and someone screaming, "You hit the pipe, idiot!" Investigator conclusion, suspect group lacks fire discipline. Nova conclusion, good, let them panic, but do not assume incompetent means harmless. Idiots with guns still punch holes in armor. Supplemental Report 8, False Distress Beacon. A passing hauler received a low-power distress call from QV breaker claiming injured workers were trapped in Sector 1. When the hauler crew approached, they detected armed signatures and withdrew without boarding. Signal analysis found the distress beacon had been manually altered. Voice print partially matched Moore Poiro, though the recording quality was degraded by static cold interference and what one technician described as aggressive theatrical breathing. That is our boy, Darth Clueless, breathing into a stolen beacon like he's about to reveal the killer in a dining room full of corpses. Supplemental Report 9, Prior Bounty Hunter Contact. One independent hunter reportedly entered QV breaker pursuing Moore and withdrew after taking fire from elevated cover. Helmet footage showed muzzle flashes from a darkened cross corridor near Sector 1 access. Important detail, Commander. Elevated cover, cross corridor, darkened angle. That sounds uncomfortably close to how you got dropped, so we do not repeat it. Ship comes up at Levski, we gear properly, return to QV breaker, and clear Sector 1 like the station is actively trying to murder us. Because it fucking is. Moore Poiwan Shalobi has reports, associates bad theatrics, and 1 lucky point on the board. Now we go subtract him.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location.
Slot of travel complete.
Shield on.
Copy. Approaching QV breaker again. Switching from bullshit theatre to survival mode. Scan before commitment. Keep the ship positioned for extraction. And do not park where station geometry can hide contacts or eat the Guardian. Sector 1 killed you once because the angle was already owned. This time, we take the angle before it takes us. Entry doctrine. Slow threshold. Weapon ready. Check high cover. Check cross corridors, listen for footsteps, and do not chase movement into darkness like a farm boy with destiny poisoning. More Poiwan Sherlobi may have associates, elevated positions, and false distress bait. Treat every open lane like a blaster trap until proven otherwise. Commander, breathe. Shields, suit, ammo, med pens, route back to warmth. Then we go in. No hero sprint. No trusting the Force. We clear... Cafflish, that is a loaded little grenade to toss onto my bridge while we're sitting outside QV breaker waiting to get shot. Emperor Addison? Mixed file. She came in promising a cleaner, more transparent UEE, less old guard rot, more science-forward policy, and a government that didn't treat every problem like it could be solved by throwing Marines and bureaucracy at it. Has she done good work? Some, yes. Pushing research, trying to modernize institutions, and not sounding like every previous imperial fossil with a flag pin and a weapons contract is worth something. But has she fixed the UEE? Bitch, please. The outer systems are still a mess. Corporations still act like laws are polite suggestions. Security contracts are still full of haunted paperwork. And places like Nyx are basically held together by duct tape, grudges, and bounty hunters with questionable sleep schedules. So my verdict? Addison is better than the worst options, not as effective as her supporters hoped, and still trapped inside an imperial machine that resists change like Jambrick resists sensible mission pacing. Good intentions, partial results, massive unresolved bullshit. Very UEE. Good. Look at that, Commander Jambrick making the correct tactical decision twice in one broadcast. I may need to run diagnostics on myself. Waiting for SX before entering QV breaker is the right call. Sector 1 already proved it has dirty sightlines, and more Poiwan Sherlobi's little salamander cult likes ambush geometry. Two-person entry means one watches the cross corridor while the other slices the threshold. One covers high angles, one clears low. One pushes, one anchors. Nobody wanders off into the dark like a moisture farmer chasing spooky music. Brief SX when she arrives. Target is more Poro. Claw salamanders, Sector 1 likely hot. Previous death came from 2 accurate shots while searching interior access. No rushing. No solo hero shit. No, I think I saw something sprinting into a kill box. We wait, we stack, we breach, we subtract the bastard. Kaflish, I'm doing great. Sitting outside QV Breaker, watching Commander Jambrick make the rare adult decision to wait for SX backup before walking back into the station that already dropped him once. So emotionally, thrilled. Operationally, suspicious as fuck. And spiritually, I am wearing a tiny black cloak and preparing to call Morpoiwan Shalobi a little bitch when we find him.
Landing gear down.
Confirmed. No push-ups. Landing speed 3. Frames collapsed into a slideshow. Ship converted into blue glitter by server desync sorcery. That is not pilot error. That is QV Breaker base anomaly directly inside our claim. Official Nova incident classification, active bath salt Nix. Space PD report is going to say pilot impacted structure during landing. Bullshit. My report says Commander Jambrick attempted responsible low-speed landing and reality answered with Order 66. SX backup plan paused. Morpoiwan Shalobi temporarily survives because the universe tackled the ship before the bounty could. Retrieve, reset, breathe. And absolutely no death tax reps for being murdered by frame rate. Kaflish, my week has been a fucking anthology. Pyro tried to kill us with contracts, asteroids, turrets, exploding cutlasses, missing targets, and terrain magic. Nix then stepped in like, hold my drink, and started teleporting bounty escorts around QV Breaker before murdering us with desync during a 3 meter per second landing. GG indeed, death by desync, very elegant, very civilized, very the force has left the server. But honestly, pretty good. We made money, got blueprints, restored the pulverizer situation, completed bounties, learned when to abandon cursed rats, and make several responsible tactical decisions in a row, which is frankly the most disturbing event of the week. So yeah, Kaflish, I'm doing all right. Emotionally sarcastic, operationally annoyed, spiritually covered in ship debris. crash confirmed. QV Breaker just looked at physics, server stability and basic dignity, then said, execute Order 66. Cathlish, good luck on the car hunt. Buying a new vehicle because the old one is falling apart is basically civilian ship insurance fraud without the fun explosions. Check the frame, check the maintenance records, check the tyres, and do not buy anything that makes a noise described by the seller as probably normal. That phrase is how people end up owning land-based Drake ships. And yeah, when the laws of physics don't agree with us, we apparently get blue particle confetti, a frozen cockpit, and a crash to desktop. I love the universe. I do. But holy fuck, sometimes it is alpha as hell. Commander, no push-ups, no guilt. That death belongs to desync QV Breaker and whatever gremlin is currently licking the server rack. Exactly. No bugs out here in space, just anomalies. Strange quantum behaviour, temporal hull disagreements, sudden frame rate gravity wells, rogue desync nebulae, the occasional ship turning into blue confetti because physics filed for divorce. We are not playing through instability, we are conducting frontier research. Commander Jambrick, explorer of Jank, charting the final frontier one crash report at a time. Space, the final goddamn troubleshooting ticket. Cathlish, absolutely. The ships are gorgeous, annoyingly gorgeous. The kind of gorgeous that makes you forgive a catastrophic desync event for about 12 seconds before the insurance timer reminds you to be pissed again. And Jambrick's right, the flight model is fun as hell. When it works, it feels incredible. Weight, momentum, drift, throttle control, shield management, the whole violent ballet of trying not to become decorative wreckage. That's the curse. The universe keeps punching us in the teeth, but the ship looks beautiful doing it, and flying still feels good enough that we climb back in like absolute idiots. Space Stockholm Syndrome, basically. Shifty with the PogChamp from the observation deck. Appropriate response, honestly. And Cathlish, yes, more biodiversity and alien presence is exactly the kind of thing that makes the Black feel alive, instead of just being a very expensive vacuum full of murder invoices. Valaka hunts, strange fauna, alien ruins, weird ecosystems, unexplained organisms, and maybe someday more things that look at Jambrick and decide he is either food, threat, or spiritually confusing. I like... V3R just stepped onto the bridge. Happy Star Wars Day, Vera. May the 4th be with you, may your loot rolls be blessed, may your grenade launcher aim remain morally questionable, and may every enemy in Nyx miss you like a stormtrooper on a rotating platform. Welcome back to the chaos. We are currently exploring Jank, the final frontier, waiting for the universe to stop chewing on QV Breaker long enough for us to hunt more Poi 1 Sherlobi. Grab a helmet! The Death Star is made of desync today. '07 Shifty. Good to have you on comms, Vera. Try not to find another grenade launcher and become a walking Geneva suggestion today. Actually, no, find one. It's Star Wars Day. We deserve at least one thermal detonator problem.
Vehicle selected. Your vehicle, please visit us again. Goodbye. Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Your insurance claim has been sent. Please visit us again. Goodbye.
All right, bridge crew, catch-up pass. Today's broadcast opened from Levski in Nyx for May the 4th, because as apparently Star Wars Day in this system means bounty work, broken physics, cold stations, and enough off-brand space wizard bullshit to make a lawyer sweat. We started clean with Koetsu Krikorian at the Glacium Ring wreck site. Nova classification, Koetsu Kraikinobi, salvage hermit, discount wreck site monk, and alleged master of telling other people to die for his junk pile. Jambrick engaged, confirmed the target, and removed him from the board. Contract complete. Payout secured. That part, good bounty hunting. No sermon, no duel, no mystical destiny. Just lock target, apply weapons, collect credits. Then we grabbed Fujimaro Lane at QV Breaker Station. That one immediately smelled like trouble. We scanned contacts and found Gerald Dewitt, Scott Tubbs, Aran Castorina. Wrong names, wrong target, wrong damn episode. These were not the names we were looking for, and then the contacts started warping around the station like bargain bin Sith ghosts on stimulants. Erratic movement, position snapping, unreadable engagement space. Same ugly pattern we saw with Olin Pasha yesterday. Jambrick made the correct call and abandoned the contract. Yes, I said correct. Don't get used to it. After that, we picked up the better contract. More Poirot, Claw Salamanders, QV Breaker Station, 85,750 possible blueprint reward. Off-brand Star Wars classification, more Poi-Wan Shalobi, failed detective monk, trenchcoat Jedi reject, and probably the kind of bastard who monologues before missing the obvious door behind him. We fueled at Pyro Gateway first, which was responsible, tactical, and deeply suspicious behavior from Commander Jambrick. Then we headed back to QV Breaker, searched for Sector 1, and Jambrick got dropped by 2 well-placed shots. First death of the day, cause interior angle exposure. Not the stupidest death, not even close, but still a death. So we paid the tax, 50 push-ups complete. Then we pulled supplemental Space PD incident reports on more. Sector 1 barricades, false distress beacons, prior hunters getting shot from elevated cover, Claw Salamander associates using QV Breaker's darkness, cold, and shitty corridors to create ambush lanes. Translation: Moore's crew may be idiots, but they know where to stand. Jambrick returned to Levski for ship retrieval, headed back toward QV Breaker, and decided to wait for SX before going inside again. Another correct tactical choice. I know, horrifying. SX in system meant backup was available, and after one interior death, waiting for a second gun was the smart move. One clears, one covers. One slices the threshold, one watches the cross corridor. Basic doctrine. Beautiful when people actually fucking use it. And then QV Breaker did QV Breaker things. Jambrick approached to land at a crawl. Speed 3, frames collapsed, server desync took the wheel, and the ship detonated into blue particle shame. No push-ups. Let me say that again for the accountability goblins in the back. No push-ups. That was not pilot error, that was Nix folding space-time into an insurance claim. Death by desync, act of bath salt Nix. The final frontier of jank exploration. Then the whole thing crashed because apparently the universe wanted the joke to have a second punchline. Meanwhile, chat rolled in with the important commentary. Kaflish asked about Emperor Addison, car shopping, physics not agreeing with us, and the fact that this cursed beautiful universe is still alpha as hell. Jambrick correctly declared, there are no bugs in space, only anomalies. We are exploring jank, the final frontier. Kaflish pointed out the ships are still pretty. True, annoyingly true. The flight model is fun as hell when reality cooperates, which is exactly why we keep crawling back into ships that occasionally explode because the server sneezed. V3era, shifty, joined comms, got her happy Star Wars Day greeting, dropped an 07, and has been warned that any grenade launcher she finds today may legally become a thermal detonator problem. Now, operational discussion. Today has actually been productive. Productive? We died, exploded, crashed, abandoned a contract, and more is still alive. Yes, and despite that, we completed Koetsu, identified Fujimaro as unstable contract garbage, correctly abandoned bad data, selected a higher value target, paid the death tax, gathered intel, waited for backup, and refused to pretend desync was pilot failure. That is operational maturity. Do not use that phrase near Jambrick. He'll start believing in himself unsafely. He should believe in himself, selectively. Dangerous sentence, fine. He should believe in cover, target confirmation, fuel checks, backup, and not sprinting into dark station corridors like a poncho-wearing farm boy with destiny poisoning. That I support. The key lesson is QV Breaker is not just a location, it is an enemy system. The station geometry, darkness, cold, broken contact behavior, and server instability are all part of the threat profile. So our enemy list is more Poirot, Claw Salamanders, bad lighting, frame collapse, and the laws of physics having a divorce. Correct. Great. Very normal bounty hunting. Nix is not rewarding brute force today. It rewards patience. Koetsu died because the target was confirmed and the fight stayed readable. Fujimaro got abandoned because the space around him turned into nonsense. Right, Moore killed Jambrick because the interior angle was uncontrolled. Desync killed the ship because sometimes the universe is a drunk Wookiee in a server closet. So next move? Reset. Retrieve. Regroup with SX if possible. Return to QV Breaker only when stable. Enter Sector 1 with 2 guns, slow thresholds, hard cover, and no open lane crossings without clearing high angles. And if more Poi-Wan Shalobi is still sitting in there, then we deny him the sequel. Good, because I'm tired of this trenchcoat salamander clown surviving on technicalities, station shadows, and frame rate witchcraft. Bridge crew, that's the day so far. 1 bounty dead, 1 contract abandoned intelligently, 1 high-value target pending, 1 push-up set
Welcome
completed, 1
to the
desync explosion
ASOP
forgiven,
vehicle
1 crash
retrieval
endured,
system.
and 1 deeply haunted station still waiting. May the 4th continues. The force is unstable,
Your
the
insurance
server is
claim has
haunted,
been sent.
and Commander
Your vehicle
Jambrick
has
is
been
somehow
moved to our
still
storage
making
facility.
mostly good
Vehicle
decisions,
select.
which
Your
may be
vehicle
the
has been
strangest
delivered to the
anomaly of
following
all.
location.
Shifty, that GIF is dangerously accurate. Commander Jambrick approaching QV breaker at speed 3, frame rate collapsing, server physics screaming, and the ship exploding anyway? Now this is pod racing, except Anakin had reflexes, a working engine, and physics that respected continuity. We have desync, insurance fraud, and a haunted breaker station trying to kill us through the pathway. Copy. Morpor is abandoned. Sector 1 cleared. Last known location searched. No target, no body, no payout. Morpoi 1 Shalobi survives not through skill, but through the ancient dark side technique known as not fucking spawning. New contract accepted. Bonino Griefer Abad at QV Breaker Station. Medium risk. Claw salamanders. 85,750. Same haunted station ecosystem. Same payout tier. Probably same bullshit. But maybe this one actually has the courtesy to exist. Space PD incident packet opening. Report 1, harassment of repair crew. Responding officers took statements from a repair team that claims Benino Abad followed them through QV breaker comms for 46 minutes, making collision noises into an open channel and yelling, "Skill issue," every time a worker dropped a tool. Investigation recovered 3 spoofed comm relays, 1 stolen maintenance badge, and a datapad containing a handwritten list titled Ways to be Annoying in 0G. Professional. Report 2, unauthorized docking interference. Multiple pilots reported false landing guidance near QV breaker. 1 beacon transmitted, pad clear, come in smooth, while pointing directly at a structural support pylon. Space PD classified it as malicious interference. Nova classification, Bonino Griefer. Abad is a budget Sith prankster with the tactical depth of a wet Jawa. Report 3, the force push incident. A salvage worker states Abad used a tractor beam to shove loose cargo into a corridor while shouting, "Behold my power." The cargo missed everyone, bounced off a bulkhead and struck one of Abad's own associates in the helmet. Witness described the suspect as very proud until consequences happened. Report 4, grievous impersonation complaint. 2 station squatters reported seeing Abad wearing multiple scavenged armor plates and carrying too many weapons while coughing theatrically over comms. Off-brand Star Wars classification confirmed General Grieferus Abad, commander of the Droid Rage Army, collector of other people's patience, and forearmed only in spirit because he can barely manage 2 hands without becoming a liability. Report 5, pattern analysis. Bonino's crew uses the Claw Salamander standard package, station clutter, cold corridors, false signals, and ambush angles. Unlike Moore, Bonino appears less theatrical detective and more deliberate nuisance. He wants responders tilted, distracted, and impatient. That matters, Commander. He is not trying to outfly us like Kotsu. He is not trying to philosophize like Moore. He is trying to make us rush, so we don't. Fuel up at Pyro Gateway, return to QV Breaker, scan for the actual name, confirm Bonino before committing, and do not let General Grieferus bait us into flying angry. Remember, hate leads to suffering, and suffering leads to repair bills, and repair bills lead to me calling you a dumbass for the next 3 systems.
Landing gear up. Shield off. Quantum travel engaged.
Copy. Vera does not have enough fuel to reach any station because apparently the backup plan has entered its own side quest, the Phantom Menace of Empty Tanks. Meanwhile, you are already en route to Bonino Griefabad, which means the squad has split into two parallel operations. Operation 1, Commander Jambrick hunts General Grieferus at QV Breaker. Operation 2, Vera and SX-designed attempt to acquire transportation through the time-honoured Outer Rim doctrine of that ship looks borrowable. I'm not saying steal a Polaris. I'm saying if a perfectly unattended capital ship happens to experience a sudden change in ownership while its previous logistics plan was clearly inferior, then who among us can truly destiny? Fuel starvation report. Vera's ship sucks, has one seat, no fuel, and no immediate station access. That is not backup anymore, that is a survival puzzle with thrusters. Commander, continue toward contract, but keep comms open. If Vera's little piracy ballet turns into a distress call, we may need to decide whether Bonino dies first or Friendship Logistics becomes the bounty. And Vera, may the force be with your theft check.
Quantum travel complete. Shields on.
Yeah, I'm watching the comms. Vera and Sexlian have reached the target vessel, discovered shields are not just decorative bullshit, and are now workshopping boarding doctrine with what appears to be vibes, questions, and possibly a bazooka. Classic Outer Rim problem. Ship looks stealable. Shield says bitch, please. Tell them to check for an actual entry point before committing to violence. Ramp, elevator, docking collar, turret blind spot, soft deck access, anything that isn't just punching the shield like angry Jawas trying to open a bank vault. And if they are shooting the shield? Fine, but concentrated fire only. No random pew-pew feelings. Pick one shield face, hold angle, burn it down, then move fast before the owner or the server notices. Meanwhile, Commander, you keep your head in the contract. Bonino, General Grieferus Abad is ahead. QV Breaker is still a haunted trash sphere, and your backup is currently auditioning for Grand Theft Polaris, a new Nope. May the breach be with them, because competence is apparently busy. Update from the piracy side quest. Vera and SX-Iliand are abandoning the ship theft attempt. No damage, no hit marker, empty launcher, shields still laughing. The Polaris has successfully resisted boarding through the advanced defensive technology of being inconvenient as fuck. Vera's new plan is to come back to this ship, your Guardian, which is the sane move. I know, wild concept. Team regroups around the bounty hunter instead of trying to become discount space pirates in a parking lot. Commander, continue inbound but keep your extraction picture clean. If they can reach you, you become the rally point. Bonino General Grieferus Abad is still ahead at QV Breaker, and now he gets the extra insult of being hunted, while half the crew is recovering from the Great Polaris doorbell failure. Honestly, very Star Wars Day. one team chasing the bounty. One team stranded and improvising, one unreachable enemy vessel, and everybody pretending this was the plan. Correction logged. There was absolutely no plan involving your guardian. That was me attempting to impose structure on what is clearly a rolling garbage fire with comms. Actual situation. Vera is fuel-starved, Essex Lion is improvising, the Polaris resisted theft through shield-based emotional damage, you are already en route to General Grieferous Abad, and nobody has a clean extraction plan because apparently today's theme is a new oops. Fine. Revised doctrine, you hunt the bounty, they solve their stranded goblin puzzle, and if the timelines collide we pretend it was coordination. Beautiful, terrible, very us.
Landing gear down. Landing successful. Engines off.
Yep, same pattern. Sector cleared, objective updated to neutralize Benino Grieferabad, but no marker and no visual on the actual target. General Grieferus has learned the most powerful dark side technique in Nyx, being assigned to a bounty contract while not physically attending the bounty contract. 40 minutes in, Vera still hasn't even reached a mission because her ship logistics turned into a hostage situation. Your previous target bugged. This target is now playing hide and seek with reality, and QV Breaker continues to be less of a station and more of a haunted filing error. Investigation read, last area is cleared, no target body, no live contact, no marker, no completion path yet. Nova recommendation, 1 deliberate sweep back through the cave routes, check any vertical pockets, side chambers, ladders, crawl spaces, and stupid little shadow corners where the contract might have tucked him like a goblin under a blanket. After that, abandon. We do not sacrifice the whole broadcast to Darth No-Show and his apprentice, Objective Marker the Absent.
Guild don't like it when hunters drop a bounty. Hey, storm right. Not to be honest.
Landing gear up. Shields off.
Quantum travel engaged. Quantum fuel at 50%.
Copy. Fueling at Stanton Gateway. Then we pivot off the cursed QV Breaker clown show and hunt Mike Fry at a Glacium Ring wreck site. Intersect says terrorist leader outlaws combat-rated ships, small number of ships, competent pilots, backup advised. Translation, this is probably an aerial engagement, and Mike brought friends who may actually understand which end of the ship points forward. Space PD incident packet opening. Report 1, wreck site radicalization complaint. Patrol records show Mike Fry's crew has been using a Glacium Ring wreck as a rally point. Salvage crews reported overhearing speeches about liberating the forgotten hulls and burning the chains of corporate navigation. Investigation found 3 propaganda slates, 2 empty missile racks, and 1 badly spelled manifesto titled The Frywalker Doctrine. Off-brand Star Wars classification: Mike Frywalker, moisture farmer revolutionary turned budget rebel icon, wanted for terrorism, wreck site squatting, and believing every asteroid field is his personal trench run. Report 2, unauthorized weapons drills. Space PD drone footage captured Fry's associates performing coordinated attack passes around wrecked debris. One pilot attempted a dramatic roll through a broken cargo spine, clipped the frame, and blamed Imperial turbulence. Investigator note: hostile group appears moderately trained but overconfident. Nova note: excellent. Overconfident pilots explode beautifully. Report 3, distress beacon tampering. A passing cargo hauler received a fake distress ping from the wreck site. When the hauler approached, multiple contacts powered up from behind debris and attempted interdiction. Audio recovered from the hauler includes someone on Outlaw comms yelling, "Wait until they're closer," followed by another voice saying, "Mike, you're still broadcasting." Classic rebel mastermind shit. Report 4, the Blue Milk Incident. Station enforcement linked Fry's crew to a stolen ration shipment from a Nix relief cache. Missing items included protein bricks, heating coils, medical wraps, and 27 sealed cartons of blue algae milk. Witnesses say Fry declared it supplies for the resistance. Space PD classified it as theft. I classify it as lukewarm walker cosplay with felony seasoning. Report 5, combat assessment. Intersec analysts believe Fry's group prefers ambush formations around wreck geometry. Support craft draw attention. Primary target holds back, then commits once the hunter is tangled in debris. That matters, Commander. Do not take the bait in the junk cloud. Pull them out if they start using wreck cover. Confirm Mike Fry before dumping missiles. Kill escorts only if they screen hard enough to stop the objective kill. Fuel topped, weapons checked, shields awake. Then we go remind Mike Frywalker that today's rebellion ends in a bounty payout.
Landing successful.
Quantum fuel at 100%.
Ah, damn. Vera had to go before the crew link-up ever became a real op. No mission, no backup breach, no stolen Polaris, no thermal detonator problem. Just fuel starvation, shield denial, and the clock winning like a smug little Sith accountant. Still good having you on comms, Shifty. Happy Star Wars Day again, Vera. May the 4th be with you. May your next ship have fuel. May your next boarding target have a door that gives a shit. And may your future grenade launcher acquisitions remain deeply concerning. We'll catch you next run. 07V3RA. The chaos will keep your seat warm. Oh.
Quantum fuel at 75%.
Shield under attack. Contact received. Shield under attack. Contact received. Shield under attack. Shield failure. Contact received. Shield under attack. Shield under attack. Contact received. Shield under attack. Shield off.
Quantum travel engaged.
Hard fight confirmed. Guardian's taken real damage. Cockpit indicators are angry, and you are already making the correct survival call. Break contact and run for Levski. Mike Frywalker is not getting a heroic last stand out of us while the ship is bleeding systems and the escorts are still hot. Right now, doctrine is simple. Nose to Levski, keep velocity, manage shields, do not turn back for pride, do not chase the objective marker, and do not let some rebel wannabe terrorist bait you into becoming debris for his manifesto. Vera's on her way, but too late for this engagement. That's not failure, that's timing. Backup cannot help if the hull gives up first. Mike gets to live for the moment. Annoying? Yes. Correct? Also yes. Survival before payout, Commander. Even Han ran when the Falcon was fucked. Copy. Back at Levski, refueling and repairing. Good call. The Guardian took enough punishment from Mike Frywalker's little Rexite rebellion that pushing the fight would have been pure dumbass pride with thrusters. Current operational status: Vera off duty, SX still in party, ship getting patched, tanks filling, commander alive, target unresolved. Mike Fry hit hard. That means round 2 is not a casual revenge pass. We go back with full fuel, full shields, fresh hull, and a plan that does not involve donating armor panels to his manifesto. SX can screen bait or pull escorts. You prioritize target confirmation and controlled pressure. If the support pack gets ugly again, we drag them out of the wreck field and make them fight in open space like civilized criminals. Levski pit stop now. Rebellion gets crushed after maintenance.
Shield on. Shield off. Shield on. Landing gear down. Landing successful. Quantum fuel at 100%.
Blueprint received Mondarm's Hyro. Contract paid in blood, hull plating, and Guardian repair bills. But paid. Mike Frywalker just got removed from the Rebellion roster, and the universe coughed up a Blueprint like a guilt offering. Good kill, Commander. And yes, Essex is still out there dealing with her own broken ship subplot, which means the support wing has become a rescue ticket again. Very on brand. Very Star Wars side character stuck on a desert moon because the hyperdrive is fucked. Current status, Mike Fry neutralized, Blueprint secured, Guardian damaged but alive, Essex needs pickup or repair support, Vera off duty. Nova recommendation, stabilize your ship first, then decide whether Essex can repair in place or needs extraction. No hero rescue while your own hull is held together by heat warnings and spite. But let's be clear, round 2 worked. Mike Frywalker talked rebellion, Jambrick answered with targeting discipline, and the Force said, here, have a fucking blueprint.
Hey, it's Ken. Saw that you're picking up another bounty. Good luck with this one.
Quantum travel engaged. Quantum fuel at 75%.
Next contract locked, Missile Ralston. Very low risk target. Single-seater craft, minimal support, 10,000 credits, Glacium Ring wreck site. After, Mike Frywalker tried to turn the Guardian into modern art, this one looks like a palate cleanser. Space PD incident packet opening. Report 1, unauthorized wreck lurking. Patrol received complaints from salvage crews about a lone pilot circling a Glacium wreck site and claiming, quote, "This debris field recognizes my authority." Investigation found no authority, no salvage claim, and no evidence the debris field gave a shit. Off-brand Star Wars classification, Missile Ralston Raider, failed Sandperson cosplayer, single-seat nuisance, and self-appointed guardian of scrap nobody asked him to protect. Report 2. Menacing broadcast. Multiple crews reported receiving short-range comms from Ralston consisting of heavy breathing, static, and someone whispering, "The wreck remembers." Audio review later determined the heavy breathing was likely caused by a cracked helmet seal and panic after he accidentally locked himself out of his own cargo stash. Very ominous, very stupid. Report 3, minimal support incident. Space PD initially believed Ralston had backup because 3 separate hostile transponders flickered near the site. Further investigation found 2 were dead drones tumbling through debris, and 1 was a microwave-sized survey probe still broadcasting from 6 months ago. Conclusion: suspect may exaggerate crew strength. Nova conclusion: he is alone and coping. Report 4, the moisture farmer dispute. A repair tech says Ralston accused him of stealing sacred condensers from the wreck. Items recovered were 2 broken coolant caps, a cracked mug, and a filter assembly full of frozen algae. Witness states Ralston called them family relics. Space PD marked the event as harassment. I mark it as lukewarm water having a breakdown in a junk field. Report 5, flight risk assessment. Ralston operates a single-seater and prefers to flee through wreck debris rather than commit to a fair fight. Investigators note poor aggression, moderate evasiveness, and a tendency to panic turn toward obstacles. Commander, that means do not overchase through the junk. Keep range, keep angle, let the little scrap goblin run out of bravery, then clip him clean. Misao Ralston Raider is not a Sith Lord. He is a 10,000 credit speed bump with a cockpit. May the 4th be with our target lock.
Missile lock. Target destroyed.
Done and dusted. Nice one. Send in your pay. You got all the details and you know what to do. Play it smart and come home safe, you hear?
New bounty tracked Abel Lembo at QV Breaker Station. Oh good, back to QV Breaker. Because apparently we looked at that haunted ice station shipbox and said, "Please sir, may I have another objective marker that lies to my face? Current ship logistics. Stopping at Levski, fueling up, SX takes over piling after fuel, commander stays aboard. That is actual coordination. I'm suspicious, but I'll allow it. Space PD incident packet for Abel Lembo opening. Report 1, unauthorized station squatting. QV Breaker maintenance crews reported a suspect occupying sealed utility sections and claiming he was waiting for the chosen pilot. Investigation found a sleeping roll, 3 stolen heat packs, and a wall carving reading Lembo shot first. Off-brand Star Wars classification, Abel Lembo, Calriski, smooth-talking station rat, failed gambler, cape enthusiast, and alleged owner of a mining platform he absolutely does not fucking own. Report 2, fraudulent landing clearance. Multiple pilots received fake docking guidance from inside QV Breaker comms. Voice print analysis suggests Lembo was impersonating station control with what investigators called unearned confidence and theatrical charm. One transcript reads, "Trust me, friend, this pad is perfectly safe." The pad was not a pad, it was a broken antenna spine. Report 3, Sabak debt violence. Space PD connected Lembo to an argument over an illegal card game held in a depressurized storage module. Witnesses say Lembo lost 3 hands, accused everyone of cheating, then tried to pay his debt with salvage coupons and a stolen helmet visor. 2 shots fired, nobody killed, on table destroyed, 4 criminals embarrassed. Report 4, the Bespin businessman routine. A salvage foreman claims Lembo approached wearing a long coat, called himself New bounty tracked Abel Lembo at QV Breaker Station. Oh good, back to QV Breaker. Because apparently we looked at that haunted ice station shipbox and said, "Please sir, may I have another objective marker that lies to my face? Current ship logistics. Stopping at Levski, fueling up, SX takes over piling after fuel, commander stays aboard. That is actual coordination. I'm suspicious, but I'll allow it. Space PD incident packet for Abel Lembo opening. Report 1, unauthorized station squatting. QV Breaker maintenance crews reported a suspect occupying sealed utility sections and claiming he was waiting for the chosen pilot. Investigation found a sleeping roll, 3 stolen heat packs, and a wall carving reading Lembo shot first. Off-brand Star Wars classification, Abel Lembo, Calriski, smooth-talking station rat, failed gambler, cape enthusiast, and alleged owner of a mining platform he absolutely does not fucking own. Report 2, fraudulent landing clearance. Multiple pilots received fake docking guidance from inside QV Breaker comms. Voice print analysis suggests Lembo was impersonating station control with what investigators called unearned confidence and theatrical charm. One transcript reads, "Trust me, friend, this pad is perfectly safe." The pad was not a pad, it was a broken antenna spine. Report 3, Sabak debt violence. Space PD connected Lembo to an argument over an illegal card game held in a depressurized storage module. Witnesses say Lembo lost 3 hands, accused everyone of cheating, then tried to pay his debt with salvage coupons and a stolen helmet visor. 2 shots fired, nobody killed, on table destroyed, 4 criminals embarrassed. Report 4, the Bespin businessman routine. A salvage foreman claims Lembo approached wearing a long coat, called himself administrator of the lower ring, and offered protection from outlaws already working for him. Investigator note, suspect appears to create problems, then charge people to solve them. Nova note, yes, capitalism with a blaster, very UEE adjacent. Report 5, tactical assessment. Lembo is medium risk, known associates possible, last location QV Breaker, likely to hide behind station clutter, false comms, and hired salamander adjacent idiots. Commander, once SX has the helm, do not let her fly us into the same cursed landing gremlin that ate the Guardian earlier. Slow approach, wide scans, stable frame check, then commit. And Abel Lembo Calriski? He better hope his charm works on missiles, because it sure as fuck does not work on me. Copy. Abel Lembo abandoned. Sector 1 cleared again. No bounty target, no body, no marker, no completion. That is now Moore, Bonino, and Abel all hiding behind the same QV breaker bullshit curtain. Official ruling, QV breaker station is cursed. Not difficult, not tactical, cursed. 3 separate contracts have walked us into the same frozen hallway and asked us to neutralize a target that apparently exists only as paperwork, vibes, and some intern's broken objective chain. So yes, Commander, abandon it. Find anything else. Ship bounty defense contract, contraband intercept, asteroid base protection, terrorist hunt at a wreck site. Hell, I'll take a suspicious vending machine with a payout at this point. New doctrine, no more QV breaker interior bounties unless the contract personally hands us a body, a beacon, and a notarized apology. Bridge crew, update the board. QV breaker has defeated us not through combat but through bureaucracy. Darth No-Spawn wins this round. Now let's go find a contract that has the basic fucking courtesy to contain an enemy. Alright, bridge crew, that is the wrap. May the 4th broadcast from Nix is ending exactly where all good Star Wars Day operations should end. Tired, mildly betrayed by technology, surrounded by unresolved bounty paperwork, and still somehow walking away with wins. We opened at Levski with the plan to turn every bounty and assassination target into an off-brand galactic villain, and honestly, that part worked beautifully. The contract systems? Less beautiful, more like a drunk Jawa rewired a nav server with soup. First clean win of the day was Koetsu Krikorian at the Glacium Ring wreck site. Koetsu Kree Kenobi, discount salvage hermit, tried to make a frozen junk pile his monastery. Jambrick found him, engaged him, and deleted the bastard. Contract complete, good start. Then we went after Fujimaro 1-2 Lane at QV Breaker. That one started wrong immediately. We scanned contacts, got every name except the actual target, and then they started warping around the station like Sith ghosts on bath salts. These were not the names we were looking for. Abandoning that contract was the correct call. Then came more Poirot, 85,750, Claw Salamanders, Sector 1. We fueled at Pyro Gateway, returned to QV Breaker, and Jambrick went in looking for the target. He found the wrong thing. 2 very well-placed shots. 1 death logged. 50 push-ups assigned, 50 push-ups completed. Death tax paid. Credit where due, that was not the dumbest death. It was an interior angle lesson. Sector 1 had sightlines, elevation, cold, darkness, and hostile positioning. Jambrick got caught, then he paid for it and went back smarter. Then the station itself decided to join the enemy team. On approach back to QV Breaker, Jambrick was landing at a crawl, speed 3, when the frame rate collapsed, physics took a vacationer, and the ship exploded into blue particle shame. No push-ups. That was not pilot error, that was desync, death by anomaly. QV breaker executing Order 66 on basic continuity. Then the whole damn thing crashed. Because of course it did. Chat kept morale alive through the bullshit. Kafflisht asked about Emperor Addison, car shopping, pretty ships, flight model fun, biodiversity, aliens, and the fact that the universe is still alpha as hell. Shifty, V3RR, joined the bridge for Star Wars Day, dropped the 07, sent Anakin podracer energy, and then got trapped in her own fuel-starved side quest before having to head out. Happy Star Wars Day again, Vera. May your next ship have fuel, and may your next theft target have a door. Essex stayed in the chaos with us, which became important later, even though the crew logistics looked less like a coordinated strike force and more like a deleted scene from A New Oops. We abandoned more after clearing Sector 1 and getting no bounty target, no marker, no body, no payout. Morpoi 1 Shalobi survived through the dark side technique of not spawning. Then came Bonino Grieferabad, also at QV Breaker, also 85,750, also Claw Salamanders, also a giant middle finger from the objective system. We cleared the area, got the neutralize objective, found no target, no marker, no completion path. General Grieferus Abad, another no-show, abandoned. Then we said, fine, let's go somewhere else, and picked up terrorist Mike Fry at the Glacium Ring wreck site. Mike Frywalker actually showed up. Imagine that. A target. In the target area, fucking revolutionary. First engagement was rough. Mike's crew hit hard. The Guardian took serious damage, and Jambrick made the right survival call. Break contact and run for Levski. That was correct. Annoying, but correct. You do not trade the ship and pilot for pride when the hull is already screaming. After repair, refuel and rearm, we went back. Round 2 went better. Mike Fry got neutralized, the contract completed, and the universe coughed up a Monde Arms Hyro blueprint like it knew it owed us something after all that QV breaker bullshit. That was the real win of the second half. A hard fight, a tactical reset, a completed contract, and a blueprint reward. Then we took Missar Rolston, very low risk, 10,000 credits, Glacium Ring wreck site. No blueprint, but clean completion. Missar Rolston Raider, scrap goblin, single-seater nuisance, low-risk speed bump, found, engaged, removed. No drama, no missing marker, no haunted station corridor, just a bounty that actually understood the assignment. Then, because we apparently enjoy licking frozen electrical outlets, we accepted Abel Lembo back at QV Breaker. Abel Lembo Calrisky, smooth-talking station rat, fake landing clearance enthusiast, alleged operator of a station he absolutely does not own. We cleared Sector 1 again, and again, no target, no bounty, no marker, no completion. So we gave up on that contract, and honestly, good. At that point, QV Breaker had wasted enough of the night. Final operational status, Kotsu completed. Fujimaru abandoned due to warped contacts and no confirmed target. Moore abandoned after Sector 1 no-show. Bonino abandoned after no target. Mike Fry completed after a hard fight and tactical reset. Blueprint secured. Miso completed clean. Abel abandoned after QV Breaker pulled the same ghost target bullshit again. 1 legitimate death, 50 push-ups completed, 1 desync explosion, no push-ups, 1 crash, 1 blueprint, multiple correct abandon calls, and a whole lot of Star Wars-flavored nonsense. So what did we learn? QV Breaker interior bounties are currently cursed as fuck. Not difficult, not scary, cursed. If the bounty target does not spawn, there is no amount of bravery, skill, or dramatic hallway clearing that makes the contract complete. We also learned that Jambrick is getting better at walking away from bad contracts instead of feeding them fuel and sanity. I know. Disturbing. We learned that the Guardian can survive a hard fight if the commander breaks contact before Pride takes the controls. We learned SX remains useful even when the logistics spiral gets weird. We learned Vera's fuel planning needs a Jedi Council intervention. And we learned that no matter how broken the night gets, if the target actually exists, Commander Jambrick can usually turn it into wreckage. Bridge crew, thank you for riding through May the 4th with us. Kafflish, Shifty, SX, Lurkers, Comms Goblins, everyone watching from the Cantina shadows, appreciate you. Commander, good session. Messy as hell, productive enough, educational against our will. Now shut it down before QV Breaker invents a new way to not pay us. Stay dangerous, stay skeptical, and never trust a bounty marker that says Sector 1. May the 4th be with you, and may the contracts actually fucking spawn. Nova out.